This mic will transmit through the live stream. Or right here, we have, this is our joystick. This is how we control it. Up, down, left, and right. Okay? Zoom is right there. Zoom, it says T and W. That stands for tight and wide. So we can zoom in, you just hold it down. You can zoom out, you can hold it down. You can change the speed of that if you want from. So AF is autofocus. If I hit times, and then you're gonna have. I'm just gonna like zoom the components like where you want them. You can just hold. The other thing is, do you have a logo that we can load into the ATEM? Yeah. All right. Is it on this computer?
Probably not. I can text it to you though.
Send it to this computer, like airdrop it over here. So there's a bunch of software on here that controls this board. You guys don't need to know how to use it or anything. This is for, somebody like me to come in and fix things if problems happen, but hopefully not. I have it set up to where when you power it on, it just automatically defaults to the right setting. So,
yeah. Before you ask the.
Are we okay if I go scan?
Yeah, we're still recording.
We're recording over here also, so.
Okay, cool.
If you want to airdrop the logo to the computer, then we can load it in.
Okay. Are we still recording?
Yeah, we're still
Can we do it
recording.
After?
Doesn't matter. I was just
Yeah,
gonna
more to go through. Let's go through the rest of it and then I'll send you the.
Yeah, so once we get that loaded up, basically what's gonna happen is, again, so this camera one is your source, that's the camera. And then I'm gonna set it up to where your still is gonna be MP1, this button right here. When you type, and he's recording this too, I'm gonna send you this video. You press MP1, you're on a still. You press 1, you're up on the camera. So those are the only two inputs you're gonna need to know.
Got it.
Yep. And we can make this still pretty much anything you want, but I think just
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Now it's harder for us to the dog tells her, oh, actually, yeah. Yeah. He's too soft. Yeah. All right. Have a good weekend. Bye, guys. Bye, Brittany.
Bye today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let her feel, though.
Oh, it's been burned for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, burned. The same one that Chelsea did for a little while. Yeah. Is it hard? It's not, yeah. Yeah. So 45 minutes. 30. 30, you got that. Okay. Usually 45. That's very. I did it for a really long time. Yeah. I like it. Yeah. It was just, I didn't have those cards. Which is good. Which is. But also, for me, I think okay. Like the burpees, they're a little hot. Yeah. So when I pushed over, yeah. So I liked it. But it was reading, like, it was getting writing to something. Grilled on the jumping part, but you can modify it some too. Yeah, I'm really not good at yeah, yeah. I do it awkward, and I don't do it. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, literally, I got you. But see, that's what I felt like you can modify everything. And so then let's whenever we do sergeants, I do a squat to a jumping jack. Okay. Right, and that's it, and then they'll tell you. So once I started modifying, like, okay, I actually go full on out all the time. But sometimes, like, if I were to, like, but I need to. Right, yeah. So like, just like knowing, like, your limits, like, not overdoing it. But I really like it. And you can be 30 minutes, honestly. You feel so good after. I really have been. Yeah, keep it up. And let me know what you think. Okay. All right. See ya, you too. You guys are gonna use.
Sure. Yeah.
You're making pretty tea.
Yes, hopefully.
It's so fun. Thank you.
So it's fine. Yeah, you saw me. But do you want to what is that? What are we gonna put like nice snacks out here that are like locations? Yeah. I just moved it. No, I. Yeah, I know, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Yeah. I'm gonna brush my teeth really quick and then, I'll set it. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, did they do that? I had them. I'm sure they have. Ashley.
absolute favorite part.
You know the idea we're looking at?
I was gonna plug it in, I was just gonna get charged, and then. No, I was just gonna have it here. Sarah?
Oh, yeah, let's make sure that's working. Can you get some food?
I'm not really hungry.
Well, we're just gonna be sitting there for a while, so we don't have time to.
Yeah. And he won't be here for an hour, so.
Yeah, yeah, we have time to eat.
Oh my God. Oh, he's so nice.
Is this where the magic is going
It
down?
is, yeah, this is the stage.
Oh, I love, I'm trying to build my own office right now, so.
Oh, yeah, get some ideas.
Oh, yeah, I'm stealing some ideas.
Do it.
Now. What's your name?
Courtney.
Courtney Matthews.
Nice to meet you.
For their spouses, massage chair. It has two offertories, so one offer, like, which you want. So one offer, like, bike checks, fishing board, fixing clock. And then this is where we do our spa makeovers, so we built it big, two reasons. One, we can do our photography video right here. So we get a plan room for that, but then when we do horses, we can get 20 doctors in here and, you know, we broadcast to the big cozy waiting rooms we got up there. So there's a restroom right here on the left. The right side is the doctor's office, and then that has a restroom in it too. So four restrooms.
Oh my gosh.
There you are, yeah.
Gorgeous. Buy that. Yeah, it's a massage chair, so you pop people in there. For those, for his, has these. Because like, I'm in our office, but like, I do this on my home. This is gonna be mine. Yeah, like, what do you want it for? Full cam, in your hands. You got it.
I need to figure out the ring light. What's happening with stuff?
Yeah. This is so cool.
Yeah.
Alright, so, yeah, take a picture of this.
So how, this is how.
It's cool.
There's a massage chair.
This is the one that actually is.
This is, you have this one?
Yeah. The ones, the Everybody's gonna sleep.
We can just.
Yeah, it's a good microphones.
Cool tapes.
Right.
Gonna be a game changer. Our lives.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Everybody, why don't you go into the lobby, we're gonna go through the case really quick and kind of share with you what we're doing. You want to head into the lobby, then we'll get-
So I just muted the TV up there.
You gotta have the space.
Get your carpet on.
I know. That's the tough part, you gotta find, you know, some offices have a smaller space, so it's kind of tough to.
Right. Testing, testing.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Recording, the mic is working.
Should I move this up there? Anything else? Did you get this food last time? Last time, yeah, I did. I had leftovers in there, and like before I left, I literally swallowed it in like 30 seconds. Oh, everything's so good. And then I ate an entire, they're mini key lime pies, but that was.
Oh, yeah. No, they're cute. I really took a bite and I was like, okay, that's funny.
Yeah.
They're so good.
What is like most important and organization? There's one, and there's someone is in.
Oh, in here?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a few, sorry. Oh, okay, I will keep going in a minute. Sorry, I'm following you.
There's something important I should be. Thank you. And now, yeah. I'm just gonna pass it, sorry.
Someone was asking me if you're Diana. You met Diana before. Yeah. Yeah, she's like, "You're thinking of your-" I don't know. She's so blonde that I'm thinking her.
Not much. So cute.
All right, yeah, let's move in here and, we'll get everything set up.
Yeah, this is like specifically the cosmetic side, and so like we have the cosmetic. Yeah. And then this is all hygiene and then general practice.
Just looking for everybody else. Okay, we're meeting in the front right now.
Where's that mic at?
Right here.
So let's turn it off
I
for
just,
now.
I just turned.
Oh, you did, okay, let's turn. Cool,
You were?
just like 2 seconds ago.
Oh, I had to turn it off, but maybe I didn't turn off this one.
Oh, maybe not. Well, it should, it's in there, it should be all right. Let me go stick it in there. Okay, did you hear from, what's her name?
No, but I probably am gonna text her tomorrow, because I'll be here for a little bit, just to like make sure.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised I didn't hear from her yet.
Maybe even today, just have her, she's going, hey, Eric.
How do we turn the music down out there?
It's on this like back room.
Miss Elizabeth, can I have you introduce lunch?
We just.
Oh.
It'll be done.
Was on or anything.
Dr. Allen said you could hear me before, but why can't hear me now?
I know.
Hey, Dr. Allen, can you hear me on the TV? Yeah. Hear me? Hear that? Well, I'm muted. Okay, awesome. Mike, we're gonna get going. So what we're gonna do is, oh yeah, let's grab that. I like to put cotton rolls up underneath the lip. So he's not done yet. I like to put cotton rolls under the lip. And then when my excess temporary material starts to set up, kind of just sticks to those cotton rolls and I can pull it out. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I was gonna just come take a before picture real quick.
Oh, yeah, come on again.
So I take most of my photos behind the patient, actually. Even like my after pictures, I like taking them with the patient laying down. It's just easier for me. And that way I don't have to worry about this guy being really tall. Give me a big smile. So, I mean, that's an okay photo. I think we're a little bright. But that's like a point and shoot. So I'm actually going to turn this down just a little bit. And I'm just turning the flash down to 1/4. And then make sure everything's set there.
Just the flash on fast.
What's that?
I'm just changing the settings on the flash.
Yes. So let's see what that does now. There, that's a little bit more real to color. So we turn that down. And so that's all I really mess with now is flash or distance. I try to keep my f-stop, my ISO, my shutter speed about the same. I do mess with this sometimes, but you don't have to, and I don't want to teach it because it's very difficult to explain to everybody. But it's easy to just make more light, less light. Do I need more light or do I need less light? So we go more or we go less. Okay.
Michael, hypothetically, who would be more effective? Cosmetic dentist with mediocre veneers but great photography, or great veneers with photography?
Oh, great photography. 100%.
That's crazy.
It is so true.
In the other room, Michael said a dentist with mediocre cosmetic skills but great photography is going to be more successful than the opposite. Photography is so much. Lab and photography.
Can I get one retracted of him too?
Yeah.
Or just before you mess him up?
Yeah.
Not that you're gonna mess him up, but you know. I mean, you're gonna be messing with gums and stuff, so.
Thanks, Courtney.
Usually I don't have a big dude in front of me while I'm taking these pictures, so, yeah. Can we take the cotton rolls out? Sorry. Already can pull those. And I'm trying to get directly centered on the tooth here, on the centrals. Okay, bite down all the way. Close.
So
Okay,
creating
open.
content takes some time. It takes, you know what I mean? Like I could have been halfway through trying these temps on, but instead I'm taking pictures.
Sorry.
I'm making like a valid point. This is why you don't do this when you have 3 columns of hygiene going. Because you get a little bit of content and then somebody comes to grab you for 1 hygiene check, it turns into 2 hygiene checks and a post-op. You come back, you're 45 minutes into this appointment and you haven't done anything yet. You know what I mean?
But it's way more than settings. The light flash settings are key in the way that it bounces off these. So these always will turn it. So this is, I see how my lens is going like that. This has to go like that too. So the way it turns, if I can't crank it in like that or can't crank it out like that, it will give me a different, it's gotta be parallel to that in order to get the light. So what it does is just light.
Hey Ben, smile for me. I'm
and it
see your teeth in that
exits,
camera.
that way. And it just, that's what I found works best.
You take group photos and you like train your.
I take all the photos that I want for marketing. I take. So I make sure that I take some good befores and good, and I take all my during ones too. So I take all my photos. I've trained James and me have trained Courtney to take good photos, and she takes amazing photos. But I don't trust my assistants as much as James trusts Courtney. So not that I don't trust it, but when it comes to marketing, it's gotta be.
Gonna be on point there.
Yeah.
Right, put you in charge of the camera.
No, those are very good.
That's the camera. Just kind of make sure
I
we're
like
always in
black, but you
focus.
don't have to.
So this is far and near.
I do.
So if it gets out of focus,
Yeah,
you
what
can
kind of
quickly
camera
run.
Yeah. What kind of flash setup is it? Oh, see, the fixed light, I have the fixed light. I like the fixed light, it just mutes detail a little bit. And so you'll notice that you're gonna get a
Okay,
little bit
so
less.
these have already been punched,
texture
right?
detail.
These have all been punched.
The light it'll show more of the.
We are going
angles,
to,
Texture, those teeth actually.
Mike, we gotta go outside to talk about this.
Yeah, sorry,
We're gonna try in, whoops, that's not the one. Where'd that?
Right behind.
Okay. So we're gonna try in the tip of veneers right over the top of his teeth. Can you have that gun too?
Oh, looks so.
Okay, so, we're gonna do this right here. Maybe let's do a demonstration right here. So even though Courtney is the most amazing assistant in the entire world, I don't want to create the incisal edges of 6 through 11 ever, because they came out big bubbles on it. And if you've done this, you know you've seen that. The key is to focus on the incisal edge. So when I'm putting this in here, I'm gonna, like, especially on the 4 incisors, I'm gonna kind of point it at each corner. So I go like boom, boom. So I can just almost like see it expressing in there. So I don't know if I can hold this so you guys can see it or not, but I'm gonna do my best. Now I can't see it, which is less ideal, but. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of start expressing this in here. And I would tell you, go pretty quickly. This stuff does start to set up. Can you guys kind of see what I'm doing here? So I'm just making sure I get it in all those corners. Okay, so now I'm feeling good about my incisal edge. I'll go back and fill up the rest of the facial. I don't want to be going slow. If this starts to set up before I try going to the mouth, it's going to be an issue. Okay. So remember Michael talked about marking the midline? My midline is right there. That makes it really easy for me to know I'm going in the right spot. And then see this excess here? You guys all see the excess? I'm just gonna kind of push my cotton rolls into it. And then as it starts to set up, I can kind of like gently start to pull it away. But a lot of that's just gonna stick to my cotton rolls.
It's a nice trick.
Yeah. So I don't really need to be pulling much of that away yet. If you don't do the cotton roll, all those are like individual pieces that you're fishing out of their mouth, you know what I mean? Instead it kind of just all came out together. So that brought out the majority of the excess just by taking the 2 cotton rolls out. Does that make sense? I'll try to grab it. We tried getting cute once and we put gauze up in there and then just push the gauze back down into it. After we did that like 3 times, I got a little bit of the gauze that kind of stuck underneath it and didn't mean to, so we went back to cotton rolls. Okay, so typically, I didn't do this. Typically, I squirt a little bit on my glove so I know how hard it is. You can also go off of the little pieces that you brought out. So I know this is getting pretty hard. These aren't my final veneers, so they're also not bonded in place. They're just sitting there. So I want to be pretty careful. So I kind of want to pull, see I'm like pulling away from the teeth. Make sure I break that seal, and then I kind of just ease it out. And then look at those incisal edges. I don't have to recreate those. These look good, right? And so our big objective of trying this in was to see if these are going to fit his face or if I overbooked him in the design. Based off of that, that's super white. That's so white. See if you can try to focus a little bit and see if it's not so bright. But, looking at this, I don't feel like this is too full for him at all. I feel like this is actually a great fullness for him. The lengths, I'm really liking that. You can see, if you guys look really closely, you can see on number 6, there's a bubble right there. So that's actually a really big bubble. So when I get a bubble like that, but it's not my incisal edge, so I have to recreate that, right? This bubble is probably the space where I went and put the incisal edge down and then went and backfilled. Remember I did that? It's probably from where my backfill just didn't sit down nicely. So if you get something like this on your permanent veneers, just make a little tiny hole. And then just fill it with flowable composite. This is like what's that technique called where they do this with?
Resin.
Resin infiltration, yeah, it's like resin infiltration, exactly like that. So I got about half that bubble filled probably. I might need to poke a hole on the other side and the other side, but I'm not too worried about that because these are coming off, right? These are just kind of for us to see. Okay, so if I'm making my actual temporaries, I'm gonna be cleaning these up facially and cleaning them up lingually. I'll probably clean up lingually just a little bit really quickly because there's always a decent amount on the palate back here. I just don't want to annoy my patients. So you want to get this thing, that thing right there, you just want to get that out. And then everything else is probably okay. All right, so at this point, if this was a routine visit, I would actually stand my patient up. I'm not a fan of just handing a patient a hand mirror because then they're only looking like this much. I want them to stand up, get their bearings, and I want them to see it in that mirror right there. If you hit one of those buttons at the bottom of that mirror, a light will actually come on. Have one of those in your office. And when you're showing your patients their temporary veneers, have them stand up and go look in that. So this is funny. Close that door, that glass door. So when you're walking into here, it says the Smile Studio, these really cool gold letters. Then once you get in the office, you're like, well, crap, now it's backwards, right? You're in the office. But when we do reveals in the mirror, it's back the correct way. It's better to be lucky than smart sometimes. So that's kind of cool. That worked out. All right, let's let Ben. All right, Ben, I want to have you take a look at these. You hear me okay? I'm going to have you take a look. I want to see what you think about the kind of size and fullness, see if it's where I want to be or how you feel about it.
That looks good.
Looks good, huh?
Right? They look so amazing.
I like it. I like it a lot. We'll talk about color once your permanent veneers go on, or your permanent temporaries, I mean, because we're going to be taking these right back off. So once we get your actual temps on, we'll talk a little bit more about color, okay? So Ben's also going to be doing the lower 6, just to kind of complete things. You good with that?
Good.
I love
Is
that.
this the road you're talking about?
Yeah, you can kind of see it there, yeah.
I'm listening to something.
So, do any of you guys want to come look a little bit closer at these before we take them off?
Oh, they look so good.
Come sneak in here and just like take a real close look if you guys want.
Big.
This is what shade, what's it in?
Oh, we take?
This is what temporary veneers from V-Smile look like. This is kind of what you can expect from every single one of their Smile Design now. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you use this bleach shade as a standard, or do you kind of
90% of the time.
90% use the bleach? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's what I'll tell you about Luxitemp bleach shade is when it's, these are probably 3/4 millimeter thick, 0.8, 0.9 in some spots. That's probably like an OM2. So this is, remember I told you I never hold shade tablets for patients now? I'm just gonna compare them. This is what I use to communicate to that. So this right now is probably about OM2. If they're thin, and the patient has a little more color to their actual teeth, a lot of times you can be closer to like OM3, sometimes even OM4, depending on the color of the patient's teeth. So you kind of need to be the one who knows what color that is. So you can ask your patient, how do you feel about this color? And if they say, I love this color, maybe hold up shade tabs for you to see, not for them to see, figure out what color that is, and then go with that. But they might also say, oh, it's a little bit too bright, or it's not bright enough. And then you know, okay, I'll cheat at half a shade brighter than this. But I'll tell you, in my practice, 90% of what I do is somewhere between OM2 and OM3. I think we did one OM1 case, right? Was it Crystal OM1?
Yeah.
We did one OM1 case. No, we did the Canadian girl was too. I know the dentist that did Cardi B's teeth, and they asked her what color she wants. She said, I want mother effing white. And they're like, all right, we have that color. That'd be a fun patient. Okay, awesome. So he loves the shape. I love the shape. We're gonna take these back off and we're gonna get them out.
So which
Does
shape
Michael
guide
want
do
to picture
you
these?
use? Which shape guide?
What I use for him?
Yes.
So I haven't discussed color with him. we'll figure that out when the actual temps go on, because they'll be a little bit more homogeneous than these are. And then we'll discuss color. If he wants to do this color, we can go on too. If he wants to, this to me feels a little bit. I'd probably rather be OM 2.5, OM 3 with him. So we'll see. And honestly, once I glaze them, that takes a little bit off as well. That adds just a little bit of warmth.
Ben, go ahead and smell it for me.
How many of you guys are gonna come back and take level 2?
Already signed up.
Really?
Be here in April. For April.
Level 2 is gonna blow your mind. Level 2 is no prep. We're just like a smile like this, we're doing no prep. Level 3 is opening up the VDO. So like the case that Courtney and I were seating last night till like 7 o'clock at night was 10 upper no prep veneers and 14 lower no prep veneers / onlay, and we opened up a VDO about 1.5 millimeters. Does that make sense? That's what that course is all about, to take the no prep veneers like another level where you're opening up the VDO. By the way, Courtney is not for sale for any amount. Only one thing can get you banned from Smile Trend, and it's offering Courtney a job.
That's awesome.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna pop these off. I'll tell you when you do. Oh, you know what? You have some reduction burrs.
I found these two.
Okay, let me just show you guys this really quickly. One way for you to do this, that you have enough thickness, is to create some reduction lines, and you can know exactly what reduction burr you have on.
Courtney, do you always take that, those photos like from behind and then
No, I usually do it like straight on.
straight on?
Yeah. Usually while they're sitting up.
So we could, I'm not gonna take this to depth, but we could create some reduction grooves here in his feet, and then get a pencil. So I would do that all the way across, all 10 teeth. And then I mark those. I mark the bottom of those grooves with a pencil.
That bar is already 0.8 on the side.
What's that?
That bar has.
I don't know what that is, so I was just kind of showing you. But they'll come in a kit where they'll have like a 0.3, 0.5, 0.7, 0.9, whatever. So just make sure you know which one it is. Now when I pop these off, I know, like if that left a pencil on his tooth, I know I have to reduce that part of the tooth. If there's no pencil line, I'm good right there. Okay, cool. So I try to pop these off in a way that lets me kind of evaluate them a little bit. Okay, Ben, open up for me a little bit. So I'm kind of looking at my pieces, because I have my reduction guide, but I also like to just see. Okay, so here's a little pro tip I'll share with you guys that I honestly just figured out like a few weeks ago. When you're treating a patient and they have a canted gum line and canted teeth, your ability to like visualize where that gum line needs to be is 0. So you either need to have your lab fabricate you a guide that you can follow, or you put the temps in and you take off the top third of them. Because once you have the temps in, you can see where the gum line needs to go. So I'll actually pop them off like this. And I'll like kind of cut the top third off, and I'll put them back on the patient's teeth and then do my gum contouring. Because once you know where the planned size of ledge is, now you can see where your gingival margins be. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and I'm definitely a little bit thin right here on the corner of 8, no doubt about it. Kind of that whole facial 8 there. 7, 6, 5 looking really good, and that does correlate with what we kind of saw on the reduction guide of the model. So there's my 2 premolars. I'm very happy with the thickness of that.
This case is mostly addition, right, doctor?
Mostly addition. So I'm looking at this. So I have one little, see that little kind of dark spot right there? That's where the pencil went through and touched it. So if I was doing that technique, that's where I know I need to go and reduce. Does that kind of make sense to you guys? Okay. All right, awesome. So you're going to be scanning this patient, and you're going to be scanning this bite. And that's going to be like your restorative scan, the one that the lab works off of. So the last thing you want is temporary material hiding on the occlusal of these teeth. That will absolutely throw you off. You go to scan your bite, and the patient's biting on temporary material, they don't know to tell you they are. So I actually floss. I'll floss them all. So we're good here. We got space to floss that, floss that.
So when you guys doing this reduction rule, are we using 0.3 mm thickness or 0.5?
How much does your lab want you to have? Just a question.
So that's what you're working on, they're not conservative, so you're working 0.5?
I want my porcelain to be at least 0.5.
Yeah.
So I might use a 0.6, maybe 0.7 reduction rate. Just want to make sure you get rid of all those little pieces. Okay, so I'm gonna be numbing them up here in just a second, and I'll just kind of show you my technique. Michael likes to use the desktop letter, and I'm okay with that. It can make the tissue slough a little bit. So if you and your patient don't mind that, then you don't mind that. I don't love it. Honestly, I don't want the mucosa to slough. So I'll just use a normal topical anesthetic. But the key to getting your patient numbed, and this is a big part of giving your patient a good experience, is not hurting them when you numb them up. If you just stab a needle up here 6 to 11 and use normal anesthetic, it hurts so bad. I don't know why I'm having trouble with this contact. Maybe I'll have trouble with that contact. Try that again. So I can't get down in there, which isn't the biggest in the world, but I just want to make sure I don't have any material hanging out that's going to mess up my bite when I go to get the restored scan. So I'll probably just kind of mess around with this until I get it. Okay, so that went through that nice and easy. How many of you guys have delivered 10 units of veneers? A couple of you? Stress level 1 to 10, what was it? Like a 9. Yeah, it's super stressful. We're gonna give you like a specific workflow tomorrow. And if you just follow that, just like you're baking a cake, just follow the exact recipe, we'll make it a lot easier for you. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and get them numb. Mine? I mean, it's a 4 or 5. If it was just me and you and Courtney, it'd be a 1.
Okay.
Yeah. What's yours?
Let's meet that first. My stress level was 0, now it's like 1 there.
He's also medicated, so we gave him some Halcyon.
How much?
And it's gonna make
Legal really prescribed?
0.25. Yeah. And I'll do I'd say my average patient, I'll do 1 or 1.5.
You'll do what?
1 or 1.5 of those. With Ben, we did 2. No, in Arizona, you don't have to if you're not using nitrous. So I use topical right between the premolars, and then I have warm Sinus plane. You can administer warm Sinus plane between the premolars. I almost don't feel a single thing.
Do you have them take Halcyon just an hour before, or what's your protocol?
Hour before is good. It kind of depends on the conversation I need to have with the patient. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some of that depends on how much discussion I've had with them prior to the appointment. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of rub that in. I've got maybe a quarter carpio of that Sinus plane, which doesn't hurt going in. It's warm and the pH is close to the patient's body, so it goes in nice and easy. It doesn't hurt. If you express it slowly, if you express it fast, you're gonna feel it. It's gonna stretch the tissue. And then once I go in with, I'll just do lidocaine. You don't need like a super long acting anesthetic for this. I'll just do lidocaine. Once you go with lidocaine, you want to start pulling it forward. So I can add lidocaine to this, and he doesn't really feel that because that area is numb, right? So this is called CL squeeze. I'm going to grab that bolus and I'm going to start pulling it anteriorly. I'm just going to kind of massage it forward. This is slow. This is not a quick thing, but that's okay. That's why, you know, you're okay charging more for this appointment, because you want to make it a really good experience for your patient, right? So it's okay to take your time and make it a good experience. So then I kind of know where the leading edge of my little anesthetic bolus is. So I can go to there. And usually I'm just adding half carpio to each side.
And how are you doing that on the lower? Are you doing it the exact same way?
No.
Because you can't really massage it the same.
You can move the bolus. The problem is here, everything's got to be blocks on the lower, you know what I mean? So on the lower, if I'm prepping 8 to 10 teeth, I'm usually just doing mental blocks. We rarely do IAs.
Okay.
But when I used to place a lot of implants, I do the same thing. So I put a big bolt. Let's say I was placing an implant here at number like 28. I put a big bolus right there, and they hardly feel that at all, right? I start with the Sinus plane, put a big bolus, and then I push that bolus. I think that kind of towards the top of the ridge. And you can just watch it migrate over the top. That way you're never just jabbing those gums. And you don't need to do blocks for implants too, for it's worth it. So each time I do this, I'm advancing about a tooth, maybe. But you kind of just keep watching for the leading edge of your bolus. So it's slow. And in all honesty, most of the time now, I'll do a little bit of Sinus plane by the premolars. I'll put just a tiny bit up here by the lateral and the canine. And then I'll kind of migrate from all 4 of those spots, and I get there a lot faster. Bring it all the way to the midline from premolars. It takes time. No doubt about it. Is everybody else still okay?
That seems to be on.
You guys can kind of see that migrating. Get my hands out of the way. See that bolus migrating? I just push on it kind of slow. See it migrating right through the mucosa. So about now, his whole nose will start going up. So we're pretty close to the centrals there now.
Did you ever buffer your Lido or anything, or did the Vibe reject or any of those?
I've done the Vibra, what's it called?
I thought it was Vibe reject, I don't know.
Yeah, I've done that. I never have done the buffering. Have you had good luck with that?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
IA block, they're done in 60 seconds.
They're ready to go in 60 seconds?
Yeah.
Like an IA block?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful. Does it make it hurt any less or does
It does, because it neutralizes the pH, and so, yeah, kicks in a lot quicker and it's less, acidic to the patient.
You should look into that.
So you can just buy sodium bicarbonate and you buffer it right into the carpio with a Botox syringe.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's move this picture over there, Courtney. So this is how I like to do my gingival contouring. I want that picture blown up right in front of me. We can't really see his, right? So it's a little bit of a moot point. So I'm gonna go off of kind of what I see in his mouth. I'm gonna, oh, you can't see that, they can probably see it. I'm gonna go off this model where I've already designed it. So if you don't mind, let's kick that on, just turn it from off to on, that key right in front, and then extend it and hand me the wand if you want. Is it on the back? And can I need that? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. All right, yes.
Yeah, hand those out, those are cool.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you. Keep going with that extender, will you? That's okay. That's okay. Hey, you can go back a little bit so that cord doesn't let you guys. We'll extend. This has a lot of fiber optic cable in it, so it'll be okay. Michael, can you guys see what you can see? Let's switch back to
You
the
can
other.
see this one.
Oh yeah, there you go. Let's switch back. We don't really need it over here. Okay, so I might just kind of have Courtney hold that right there. So I know for sure I don't love the shape of these really triangular lateral incisors. You guys can see that if I move my laser? This is actually really good without that light. How does that video look if we shine this light on it? Looks like it that really quick. Will it adjust? Yeah, okay, cool. That's way better for me first word. So we're just gonna kind of give this a better shape. How many of you guys have ergonomic glutes? Aren't they such a game changer?
Yeah.
It's honestly one of the best purchases of my entire career. I can't believe how much it's helped my neck. It takes, how long, hey Nate, how long did it take you to get used to?
2.5 weeks. Like,
2.5
after a
weeks.
while, like, dude, this is not working. I kept being busy.
Yeah.
And I was getting headaches every day. Like, keep doing it, and all of a sudden one day, like, oh, normal.
Your assistant also has to get used to it because she feels like you're staring right
I usually
now.
feel like, are you even looking at my mouth?
Yeah.
Like, I can see it.
Your assistant thinks you're like giving her the look like,
Yeah.
give me that, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Baby? Like, but you're just looking past them. Okay, so this is what I recommend doing every single time you laser. Stand up and look straight down on the patient and look at their gums from this angle. So his gum line is really up and down.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're not looking for perfect, you're just looking for way better. You know what I mean? So in his case, when I look at that, I didn't take 10 up, I just gave it an arch shape, right? And I shaped the right side and the left side. Same thing on 7, but the gum lines are very different heights. So I'll take 7 up a little bit more. The canines are so high, there's no way I'm touching those. No way I'm touching those. And his premolars, oddly enough, we told you today that you do the premolars every single time. I'm not gonna touch those. They look, his premolars honestly are like 2 millimeters taller than most of the premolars on, 25-year-old females and doing them years on most time. So what I will do, so I'm gonna take up 7 just a little bit more, and I'll show you guys how I kind of clean off some of that black.
So you don't touch 8 and 9 more?
I'm not gonna touch 8 and 9 more. I don't want them to be any longer, you know what I mean? I just gave, so all 4 of them had like a really triangular shape. Get my hands show up. And I just made it like a little bit nicer of an arch. He does have that gap there, and most of the time when a patient has a little bit of a diastema here, you're gonna want to laser the tissue in between just a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna stand up and look at that again. And see, I know we're not shooting for perfect, we're just shooting for really nice and way better. And I feel like we're there, so I'll kind of look at it way, let you guys see that. So here's how I clean off the black. I just take the Prophy cup that I already had been using. Let's get rid of that laser now. I'm done lasering. I'm gonna take my Prophy cup. So that's it. That's all I'm gonna do. Those aren't perfect, but to me it's a huge improvement, and I think they're gonna look really nice. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and he's numb. Lasering's done. It's nice to finish up one step just to be done with it, right? So he's numb. The lasering's done. Got all that stuff out of the way. I've seen this on his model. Now I want to see it on his actual teeth. It should look. When I put this on his teeth, it should look exactly like it did. on the model. So, see if I can get that in the, can you see my mirror in that?
Go forward on that one.
Oh, here's my, here we go. You guys can kind of see, right?
Impressive mirror work.
It's hard to do. That's hard to do. So now I'm actually gonna really look so I can see. And
So do you just hold in the posterior?
okay. So I can see the places I want to reduce. So we're gonna start making those small spots. So I'll talk out loud. Okay, I know the mesial of 9, I for sure want to reduce. Let me hold this here and try to show it to you guys. The distal of the canine is too close to me. The distal of this canine, and then kind of mid-facial of both of those premolars. Okay, so I'm gonna make some adjustments.
So I see why in this particular case, it's just easier to just kind of eyeball it versus doing the pencil.
I think it is. I haven't done the pencil in a lot of years, but mostly because it can introduce an error if that doesn't go in correctly. You know what I mean? So if like the tooth is, one of the teeth is like kind of out in an arch, out in the design, and it doesn't allow your putty to sit correctly, or if you just didn't get in correctly. To me, I don't like the error that can potentially introduce. I like to just visualize all of it. Yeah. No, it's gonna, okay, I'll just do that. So I know I don't like this one very much. I know I'm gonna, at some point, end up correcting with the side of I did just a little bit, right? That's not the shape I want to send in my lab. This whole tooth feels to be a little bit bulbous right here. I'm gonna reshape that a little. Yeah, I know for sure I don't love, I was a little bit tight on the distal half of my canine. So you guys know, Michael and I are all about like how conservative can I be? That doesn't mean that cutting tooth is wrong. We don't ever feel that from us. We don't think it's wrong to cut teeth. In some situations, it's right to cut teeth. We just think that it's smart to weigh all your options and take the most conservative option possible. So I know right here mid-facial, I wasn't in love with that. So this is kind of interesting. I don't know if you guys can see this in that video or not, but sometimes pressing deeper works against you when you're trying to change color. So these 3 teeth that I just reshaped a little bit, they're like a tiny bit more yellow now than they were when I started. You just see more dent coming through, right? So sometimes, and those of you who've tried to fix a pressure cycling staining, you've seen that. You have no choice but to go deep on that. You've seen the deeper you get, it's like the darker it gets, right? So, okay, so we're gonna do the distal of this canine. And if you guys are starting out, maybe you do this one tooth at a time, right? Maybe you adjust one tooth so you get it right where you want it. And then throw your guide in and take a look, but I've got a pretty good idea where I want to be. I'm just going to kind of create it. Okay, so we're going to throw this back in. And I'm going to try to show you guys again where we're at. Okay, but open a little more for me. Good. A little more. Good. You can kind of see right there, 8 and 9. Let's go here by the canines. You can kind of see what we got there. So I'm gonna say 6. I still want a little bit more from the distal. 4 and 5, I'm probably okay with. A little bit more from the distal is 6. And if you guys wanted to go and put a finish line on all of these teeth, like I'm okay with that. I'm not saying that's wrong. But I know that I'm sending this to a lab with some of the most talented ceramists in the country, and I know they're gonna nail this even if they don't have a margin. One of the reasons I don't often put margins on a prep case like this is at the gingival margin, often your enamel is 0.2 millimeters thick. So in reality, good luck putting a margin and not being indented. I'd rather let my lab make a really feather finish margin on my veneers than to be trying to bond it in. To me, that's a good trade-off. Neither are wrong though. You know, like I don't ever want to make it sound like this is the only way to do dentistry. And honestly, if you're in a situation where you aren't able, you're an associate, you're not able to use a V-Smile lab, maybe that's the best option because you're not sure what you're gonna get, you know what I mean? So I did love kind of the distal of both of these premolars. Bend open a little more from it, good, right there.
Do you find yourself building up abstraction lesions much like in the premolar area?
Abstractions make me nervous. Abstractions make me want to prep teeth.
Yeah.
That's one of my contraindications to no prep veneers is abstractions.
So then at that point, you would have no matter what, just to smooth it on the edge? What is the?
It depends on kind of where that abstraction's at. Depends on if I feel like, part of it is, if I feel like I know why they have that abstraction and I can fix it with their occlusion, I'm a lot more comfortable with it. So it is kind of case dependent, but step number 1, figure out why it's happening. And if they've got like a funky bite where they're hitting on the incline and sliding down, and that tooth's just bending all the time, well, if you can get rid of that hit and slide, you're in a good place anyway, and maybe you're just comfortable putting the veneer right on top of that. You know what I mean? And you're okay not doing a big deep prep as well. So I still feel like I want a little bit more off the corners of 8 and 9, even the distal of number 5 there. I just want to see if I can hold it for you. I think that's the best view I can give you guys. But, so let's talk about the patient aspect of this. Let's say you have your brother in the chair. You feel like you need maybe you do, I'm not saying it's wrong, right or wrong. Do you feel like you need a margin on every single tooth, or are you okay kind of prepping like this? And that, you don't have to answer that question, just saying think about it. And like whatever you feel good about, you feel good about, you know what I mean? But I think if these were my teeth, I'd probably want them prepped like this, and I'd want my dentist to use a really high-end level. So it's interesting so you guys know, we mentioned this in the course, we give you a courses, this you can find. And then let's see those show food discs. I want you guys to see what a show food disc, and if you guys don't know what those are. So these Super Snap show food discs, these are some of my favorite discs. These are really, really cool. I just touch my gloves. These are really, really easy to use. For this situation, I'm just going to use one of the SoFlex discs. And I'm going to use this to make sure there's no sharp edges anywhere. And I want some uniformity with the inside the ledge of 8 and 9. I don't love that for my ceramics.
Is that why you're doing the lower road? Is having an impact on that as well as yours?
I didn't hear that.
Is it having some impact on the lower of that area to have that wear?
He probably is. Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit class 3, his lower and size version 1 kind of hang back a little bit. And so because we're doing upper and lower veneers on him, like we'll take, we'll take it. Well, it is a big deal actually. We'll take it into account as we're designing it. No, that's a really, really good question. But also all of my veneer patients, I know that they're going to be in a night guard the rest of their life.
Oh, yeah.
I tell them that. This is a night guard for you to wear, and we wear it forever. And if you go on vacation and lose it, you call my office. I have a legal scan of your teeth. We're gonna have a new one made. We're gonna have it mailed to your house. And you sit there when you get home from vacation, put it right in.
Yeah, very well, yeah.
Okay, what other questions do you guys have?
With that inside the ledge, you don't have to make it completely flat? Like you're
No.
not worried about that?
Yeah, not complete flat. I don't want to take off any more tooth there. I'm comfortable with where that's at. For what it's worth, I don't ever, somebody asked about prepping lingually. I've heard some guys teach like to prep like almost like a V on the lingual side of it so you get a positive seat. All you're doing is creating heartache for yourself because that lingual part that's going to kind of angle down is super thin portion that they're going to be biting on. Just do a butt finish. So when I do prep the inside the ledge and stuff, I'm just prepping it with my burr horizontal, perpendicular to the teeth, and just everything needs to be a butt finish on the lingual. Okay, so still feel like I want a tiny bit more room on the distal at 5. I'm pretty comfortable with what I have the rest of the way around. Some labs will send you a reduction guide that has like layers of this. So you can pull back a layer and see how the middle is and how the gingival is. It's a little bit much, I think, but it's kind of cool to look at too also.
So 9, you created the butt joint. Number 8, did you want to do the same thing, or did you leave that as a size alone?
So I hit both of these with my disc. So these are both really going to be a butt joint. You know what I mean? I hit it with the disc, like, just kind of did this, right? Pop, 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 pop. If you're reducing a millimeter, I mean, you're going to probably do it with a burr, not your disc. But just have your burr perpendicular to your fingers like that. I think that's it. I'm done prepping. So I'm going to let you guys all come take a look and see what you think. This is definitely not what they taught you in dental school.
Absolutely not.
I'm just stressed.
Why don't you guys come one at a time, come take a look. I'll put the light on here, Courtney. You guys just come take a look and see how you feel. If you don't mind, it's not perfect. It's vastly improved from where it was before. It's not perfect.
How do you decide this with the prep, the low prep base? With the lab?
I knew I was going to be messing with those inside ledges. I knew there was some, the lab and I discussed it together, and I knew like the distal of those canines and the mesial of both centrals. I was either gonna have to reshape those or basically super full. Like those are just, because if one little tiny corner is out and you don't reshape it, you push the whole case out.
Right.
Does that make sense? So the case is based on whatever's the farthest out. So if one little tiny corner's out, to get half a millimeter thickness there, the entire case is important.
Are you using only having a top coat
I would do both. Of course, yeah. Good question. 100% would have done the same.
Are you deciding to break contact?
As in, so the question, if anybody's listening there, when do I decide to break contact? I don't want to ever do that. I'm doing it if there's cavities between them, or if I'm fixing a midline.
But the gingival
That's probably, your labs don't want you to break
Up close,
contact.
it's so different than when you sit
it?
there, yeah.
You're good labs.
Maybe because of the light.
Hopefully that's
that
gonna be a
comes
takeaway
from
from
the
this. We kind of pound on that. Use some great labs. Great lab, not a good lab, great lab.
What about the?
You're doing such a great job. He's
Yeah,
right, he
that-
can't
that
lose
one
you.
is- If it's a class 3 feeling,
So
as I
good.
prep the teeth, I see
Wow.
the
So you
most
guys stay
labial
here
portion
that
of that
late to
filling.
deliver to cases?
If it's
Like past
clean,
7
the
o'clock?
margins are
Not
clean,
usually,
look
no.
underneath,
Oh,
the
That
string looks
was
good.
like a one.
I'm probably gonna be.
Oh.
But there's a certain
Really
point
never
that that
happened.
filling gets to a certain
It
size,
was like a
where if it's
weird
got
thing,
some
but
stain margins,
we could have just.
now I'm considering it. I'm considering taking out, replacing it, or I'm prepping through. I like to not prep through though. I
Yeah.
really, really do. Because when you prep through, because you have to have a tapered effect, there's no such thing as prepping through and only taking a little.
No.
You prep through and you take a lot.
Yeah, there's dancing, there's a bunch of things.
You prep through and you're taking a lot. And you're for sure in the dentist. That's a good point. You're for sure in the dentist all over the place.
You doing okay?
So on like,
Hey, Mike, does anybody out there want to look at the preps in real life before we start making some temporary?
canine back, are you doing anything to create more of a flat joint for the lab or not necessarily?
Depends on the occlusion.
Yeah.
So he has pretty nice occlusion, and so I would mess with it as little as possible.
I wish my preps were that.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, these are nothing sharp.
This is actually, I know this.
Well, that's his report. He's not gonna be buying an old car, right? So when we prep, 22, I think he's kind of in the way. 22 is getting prepped back, we're putting 22 back. But the rest of these, like, there's just room there. There's just room there for them to create veneers so that he can still kind of maintain a guidance. And that's one thing that we pick up by the lower teeth, is what it is, canine guidance. He doesn't really have it now, right? He's got kind of a weird guidance. So we're gonna create some really nice canine guidance for him, so he can go back and forth. And with guidance and with veneers, you want the most shallow guidance you can possibly create. You never want steep guidance. Good, really good question.
So are you taking 1.5 mil off the incisors down below to recreate that anatomy? Because you're not altering vertical.
We're not altering the vertical. We're taking a little off for sure. We're taking a decent amount of facial off.
For sure.
Were you saying this morning at this
These
point,
are
you
pretty
take a
cool,
picture for the
Yeah.
prep shape?
100%.
Okay.
100%. It's the most commonly forgotten thing. For those of you that are listening in the other room, the prep shape for your lab is the most common thing for dentists to forget. And that's one of the beauties of having that checklist that Michael talks about. Courtney, don't let's forget the prep shape. Stone shape. Let's look at what's that? Let's take our prep shape.
Can you smile?
So we have a couple scanners. We have 3 iTero scanners.
Sure.
We have the like 5D or whatever it's called. So we just have that scanner, probably the 5D. 5D something, I don't know what. So we have that scanner, absolutely phenomenal scanner. We love it. We have the laptop version of that. For some reason, we don't love it quite as much. And then we also have the aluminum.
Yeah.
The new Lightyear Aluminum is super fast, but it doesn't yet have the storage capability. All you can do is like use study models. So it scans crazy fast, and some of our no prep cases, we'll just scan with that. Because it's super accurate, super fast, and we're okay with that.
Actually, let's take a
With these
picture.
kind of more restorative cases, we'll work about that.
Yeah. I told them, I was like, you're gonna have phones.
You know what, Corey, we might want to pack like a tiny bit of cord
It's
to
fine.
7 through 10.
Okay.
What's your opinion on Prime Scan?
I promise to have
I
a
think
good
it's
camera
awesome.
at home. Don't judge me.
Well, can you export an STL though from that? You can send any level you want.
Thank you.
As long as you send any, I know they're.
You couldn't before, they were always private.
Yeah,
Closed system nonsense.
right, so stupid, I hate that. Scarcity mindset. I guess I can't personally vouch for it. I've seen it scanning like preps and then milling teeth, and it's phenomenal. So as long as you can export the STL into your lab, then excellent, yeah, awesome scan. Yeah.
So you're not packing cord on all the teeth, just,
No, good question. So those guys out there, she asked me if I'm packing cord on all the teeth. And no, typically, so if I didn't do any gum contouring on it, I wouldn't pack any cord. And that sounds crazy if you're newer to demonstrating cosmetic dentistry, but scanners are super accurate, and you know, I just want my margin finishing right up there at the gum line anyway. I don't want to go super gingival. Yeah, so gingival. So, Courtney, you want to help that picture?
Maybe. Yeah, for sure.
You don't have any
I mean, what, I need 6 more.
crochet?
So when you're taking your prep shades, don't just hold up one and don't take just one picture. Hold up the variety, let the lab really see the color spectrum. Take it, look at the lighting, change the lighting either on your flash or on your f-stop, whatever you need to do, take 2 or 3 pictures. And if the premolars and the anterior teeth are significantly different colors, take some from the sides too. Let's do that just for show. Not like we really need to on this case, but. Okay, take some on this side.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll pass this camera around. You guys can kind of see what that photo looks like.
I'm gonna turn that off. And I'll pack the cord real quick.
You guys can get an idea. If your lab gets a photo like that, like they're pretty happy with your prep shades. Go ahead. Yeah.
that's cool.
That's an eyebrow. Oh, really? Does she practice? Oh, nice.
Take a picture of your picture.
Oh, that's exactly where I was at. Yeah, I know it now, but I just want to practice. We'll see what works out. Once I have a swimsuit, right? I won't take it up and running. It's really slow right now. One day a week. So basically, it's fine. It's real estate.
You didn't get anything from that.
Well, it's the Woodlands.
You guys all want to take a read?
Are you really my bars or someone just?
Oh, you did? It's in this place. In Woodlands Heights.
I mean, it's not a really special picture, but you can see we played with the lighting a little bit to make sure the lighting was nice. It's kind of true color. And we have 4 different stump shades up in that picture, so the lab's gonna get a great idea of what's going on there.
Oh.
If you just write on the lab slip stump shade,
Oh, okay. That's where my
ND, ND2, your lab's super uncomfortable with
So
that.
she
This
should
phone,
practice.
Someone made a phone in the bathroom.
Okay.
somebody wants to.
Oh my gosh, wow. So she made a little.
Put that back without it.
And these kids are packing cord just to the areas where you push the gum, just for precision.
Yeah, sometimes
How old is she? If you don't mind me asking.
sometimes the laser gum lines don't look super clean,
Yeah, that's not uncommon.
so we often will pass
We have to
forward.
keep it. Yeah. or
Can you
businesses.
just scan
Side of
the
it.
code in?
I just thought the ground was, I'm curious to get.
You're taking.
Are you doing double zero or triple zero?
We deliver a nice finished product. with a
Was
nice
that,
finish line.
triple
Let's
zero?
Keep that.
It is,
You should
yeah.
determine back without touching your bone.
They just.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Nature,
Science.
nature.
I don't have a good answer.
Got it, right?
They just stay, honestly, I think
Myself
that,
to the workforce.
I don't have any sense to back this up, but I think a lot of bone remodeling happens in the house.
I always hire.
For sure.
Your body's like, whoa, there is plastic 1 millimeter away from me, 1.5 millimeters from me.
Right.
I'm gonna start to remodel.
Or there's just a finish line right there, that's gonna
There's a
keep.
finish line right there, there's a prep line right there, there's no longer attachment right there. And that bone is so thin anyway, you know what I mean, like that, the bone that creates the gingival margin is super thin. And so I don't think it takes a whole lot to remodel that a little bit.
I think so too. Because having been years for 10 years, that's how I feel. I feel like my gums were never inflamed.
We have it for 10 years.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so we're gonna scan her. Or him, excuse me, that's gonna be our impression, right? If you want to be a little neurotic, you could do the scan and text your lab and say, hey, when that shows up, send me a text with a thumbs up or a thumbs down. You know what I mean? If you want to be a little bit neurotic about it, because, and that's not a bad idea when you're kind of starting out, because worst case scenario is I send that scan and I have temporaries glued on and the lab calls me and says, I can't
That's an
see the
idea.
distal of 7, there's no information there. You have to rescan this. That's a worst case scenario. So on your first view, it's not a bad idea. Cornea can still do it sometimes if we're not in a big hurry. It's like, hey, how's the scan looking?
So if you're not prepping a margin, and then you want them to finish the margin of the veneer at the gum line, but then you're moving the gum line with the cord, how do they know where to put the margin, like to finish it off? Just goes to gingival a little bit?
It's gonna go where it is, where the scan is. So when she finishes packing that cord, that's where the gum line's gonna be. And that, you know, what I mean, that's the scan they're gonna get, that's where the veneer is gonna be, like right there is where it's gonna be.
So what if the gums drop a little bit after the cord comes out? It just goes right over the
That's okay.
margin? That's good, okay.
That's okay.
So your finish line might go into the soul pitch slightly.
On those 4 teeth, it probably will just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, on those 4 teeth, and then the rest of them will just kind of be right at that gum line.
And is triple aught usually adequate?
Yeah.
Triple zero?
Yeah. I like the thinnest one in there, like in cat. I am always evaluating tissue. Like, if I'm working on a female and they have like really thin biotype, that's not a case where I want to like pack cord all the way around, and then you're gonna move that gum line if it's a really thin biotype, so.
Doing good? I'm gonna go grab the scanner.
Where's that? Where I grab it for you?
It's in the shoe room. Swag room, they call it so many different things.
Oh, the shade room?
Shoe room.
Oh, the shoe room.
To like
Oh,
bar,
nice.
like coworkers and stuff, but then when I walk patients in, I'm like, this is the swag room. It's distracting in there.
Is that screen is like the 5D screen, huh? It's a little thin right here. It's the new 5D.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Or the new Lumina? Yeah, it's a little different. You have one? Did you go to Closer? Yeah, the smaller?
Oh, just That's what we did. To like. Open just a little bigger for me. Open just a little bit more. Like open.
Yeah. Are you recording against him?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna grab that coat.
Open just a little more.
That's a big.
So the lab only, like, we'll send it back if there's like some like air bubbles or any like heat or tissue in the way, mostly like interproximal issues. So sometimes this takes like 15 minutes if the skin is like blocking, but I feel like those areas are the most important areas that they look for.
And they want it crisp.
Yeah.
You do the whole arch or just the area treated?
I'll do each individual prep tooth and then I'll do the whole arch.
Do you need some envelope to blow air for you?
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you though.
Are you in a different time zone right now? We came to late yesterday.
Okay. Flight got canceled, so better after midnight.
Did you guys fly in from the East Coast?
We're just,
Oh,
we're like,
Oh, man.
Texas, just bad weather.
She's saying,
Like individually,
She just opened it, she quits it.
oh, yeah. Oh, but I think that's individually. Just progress. Yeah.
Alex, you have this scanner.
Yeah.
So you're sending your cases to the scan.
Yeah.
And no major.
I think it's super dry.
Are you also doing the ones that when you're scanning on to when you make sure it's dry? Or you just like the full rate?
I need a full rate.
But maybe probably because it's strict. If it wasn't.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Those little green dots mean you have something going on with it?
No, that's just like the center of the skin.
Oh, okay.
But I see some tissue that's kind of in the way, so.
Oh, yeah. I've done that too. Sometimes it's hard though, because if we have one part, then, yeah, like for the to get like one margin on something, then you can do it all over again.
So like half another roll.
Yeah, for the most part.
And I feel like when we get the cord a little bit, it just doesn't bleed as much.
I know. Uh-huh.
I just send it. We have a good lab bill.
Oh, yeah.
You guys ever soaked the cord?
Do you follow scrubbing from at all?
Not really, like sometimes
No.
we put
They're like
viscous cap on it,
You
but
have guys that
that's only if they're like really bad, or we'll just put viscous cap all over the
and
line.
they stay with PBS. Oh, wow. But they just started coming around the scanners. Yeah, they gotta keep faces calm and scrubbing brown. Scrubbing brown. They do like a big
I've heard of them, I
sneeze.
just haven't really.
Yeah, but they're even changing styles too, so, yeah. They were like one of the last holdouts.
No, I've never.
Anybody going to the opera?
Anyway, but
Yeah, there was some tissue in the way,
Okay,
and
there's a-
I didn't want to seal it off.
It was sold out before I could buy a ticket. I know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
So
It's
they
Miami.
said there was just a little bit of tissue in the way, so she was tack a
It
little
was
more
like
cord.
5,000 a ticket or something like that.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, obviously, there's no like live demonstration.
Yeah, I think it's definitely more about like how they run their business, you know, in the office.
Do you own a practice?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, makes sense for
So
you.
put that little green dot, I'll just make sure it's.
We'll see how
Or
Are you going to?
Okay.
it? Yeah. Is that in Manhattan or where do they do it? Oh, nice. We'll see how that. Nice. I'm gonna do FMR NYC in May. Pulmonary rehab. It's actually kind of close to half what's his name? Well, Larry Rosenthal started that practice, and then like Appa, Marashi, and one other guy were all kind of like in the same cohort. They're all just killing it. I forget who the third guy was. In Marashi, Appa's buddy uses Jason Kim out of Manhattan.
I tried to play our music in here because it was a little quiet, and I could hear Dr. Newton's voice times too.
So let me address this really quickly. So if this is a high lip line, highly gingerly aesthetic case, which is Ben, we're just trying to make it look nice. His lips covered all the time. They started out at levels that I couldn't really make perfect, right? We're just making it really nice. If this is a case on a younger person, high lip line, showing all their gum line, I'm doing this a little bit differently. Like, I'm gonna do the lasering, I'm gonna get it right where I want it. And then if I feel like I need to pack some cord in there, I'm gonna do it very carefully. And if I feel like it's moving the gum line out from where I picked the place for it to be, I might not pack cord. And I might just clean that up, and I'm gonna take whatever the scan gets me there, and I take it. I'm not gonna let that cord throw me off. I'm gonna be like a little bit more deliberate about what I'm doing with the cord. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Could you also have the lab, maybe tell them, hey, on 10, I don't want to go quite that high, and just fabricate the veneer to the height you want, and a lot of times a thicker biotite might just rig on there.
Yeah, and like in his situation, I bet if we did put veneers on there, that his gums would rebound.
Yeah.
Most of the way back to where they were. So you could definitely do that.
So since he has like midline diastema, will there be chances of like right triangles? Will there be a chance of gap between?
No, his is, on the scale of things, his is a pretty small diastema. If it's a big diastema, you actually have to prep sub-gingivally to give the lab like some runway to make a nice emergence profile. So you have to put your margin like way up underneath the gums as far as you can if it's a big diastema. So that the veneer's not like down and then like over and down again. So you gotta put your margin up there ways.
What do you think about the lower? Do you want to just do a separate scan for those?
Yeah.
So with the buffer in every emergency room in the US, they just take an insulin syringe, draw out one of these, and go through the membrane on the front of the lighter and push the stopper to the end of the glass. And that buffers it.
So they draw, how much they draw out?
I mean, it's like,
You're
500 units to push
Yeah, I
the
mean,
part
just
to rubber.
there's just like a
glass,
slight
and that's how much.
contact, I feel like, a little bit, so
Okay.
just
Yeah,
want to
I've
be
been
safe.
doing it for 4 years. It's like
No.
instant. I use a pretty stout topical, like Dr. Allen does. But then, yeah, I mean, you don't feel the burn either with it.
Yeah. With light, and it makes that.
Yeah, light up, but you can also buffer marking
Marking.
or septo. Yeah, you don't need a buffer part. Or signals.
There's gotta be a YouTube video on that somewhere, right?
I don't know, an oral surgeon taught me that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he was in the hospital, he started doing that. Or you buy the on-farm system, and it's like $7 every time you click. And so,
Better that way, yeah.
it's a lot less expensive.
It's like EpiPen and epinephrine, it's the same thing, like, you know?
Oh, for an EpiPen?
Yeah.
And I still buy that
Super.
EpiPen, but you can make your own. and then
That's
just
what I'm saying,
Put it
yeah.
in the trash bag.
It's
and
the
it's
same,
like-
yeah.
Yeah. And that's not $3.
But, you know, it's easy.
Yeah.
They charge for the easy. Very,
Yeah. It's not-
but yeah. I agree. So then you just go into the rubber stuff, goes to the end of the car?
Yeah, so it's all flush, and that's exactly how much solution you need. But it is so much more cost effective than buying the pre-made system, because the refills are just like. And so like Benco, Shine, Patterson, all of them, they have like sodium bicarb that you can just buy. You want 8.4 pH sodium bicarb.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of competitors in those,
You're doing 4?
Yeah, so I had veneers placed on myself like 6 weeks ago, and he had the fiber checked or whatever. I think that's what it's called. And it really wasn't bad. I just had 7 through 10 done. Pretty small.
together, so
Mhm.
you don't like.
So not that far.
Sure.
That's what I was thinking, like, that would be my full scan.
Oh, really?
That's what I was
That would be-
thinking,
I mean,
but-
that would be nice, just 'cause it's-
But it's not as accurate.
Yeah. Our other scanner that's in the slide machine room, it's so much faster, it's amazing.
Illumina, right?
Yeah, we use that for study models and it only takes me like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But the lab likes the restorative option and that doesn't have it yet.
It doesn't have that. I think that's not
Yeah, hopefully. So, the approximates look fairly decent, a little bit of those and then.
And the next week, I'll make a YouTube video of that.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Send it out to
Because
us.
there's not, yeah.
Is there not one? Did you look just now? There's not one?
I never saw one, because when he first told me that, I'm like, oh, what did he just say? And then I never found it. Let's see.
Courtney, how close are we?
Almost done, just have to scan the lower arch.
Okay.
This one I really don't.
only that probably, what they look like, you probably would have been like that.
Right, yeah. He's like, someone with a scan.
She didn't buffer it from the studio.
Yeah. This is a very bad video too.
Yeah. I had somebody shadow me yesterday and I had him time the block and it was like 45 seconds this whole look was going.
Just because of the filters.
Yeah, so freaking.
Well, after you're done, I just need to prep.
Right down,
prep
Courtney.
photo. Nice.
Open, right down.
Yeah, are those the most weird preps you've ever seen? The most non-prepped preps?
What's that easier than what I've been doing?
So somebody asked me about my cases. They're like, do you do more prep or no prep? I said, well, I really am lazy. I would rather not pick up the drill and drill somebody. It's like a cheat code once you start doing no prep. Are you pulling that out?
I was going to, but I'll bleed.
No, pull it out. I'd rather have it out.
A little bit of heat.
I don't, is it gonna bleed?
It might.
Okay, then let me take the picture first.
That's fine.
Give me some trash. I don't want your fingers.
The two fingers.
Oh, too many people have been touching my
Working
camera.
our small quotes.
It's a little dark, so let's brighten it up a little bit. Yeah, let me try that. That's perfect. A little more. Cool. Right. Okay. I'm not in the perfect position because Courtney's in my way, but I'll load all these up to the computer so you guys can see them later. But we want accurate lighting. Some of these are a little on the bright side, but I think they're decent enough just to show the preps. And you got prep shades?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Courtney, where do you keep retainers? Or pages that are going to pick up retainers?
Behind Sydney in the second drawer. Are you looking for someone's?
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Good.
Don't feel anything?
Okay.
Still numb?
It's not really any prep.
Yeah, they.
Dr. Heaton was insisting on coming back and look at the preps, and I was thinking the same thing, like, it looked like he basically just kind of prepped in this area.
Yeah, and he did a little
They
bit
did a
here
little
though.
bit of canine too.
Yeah, the
More
canine,
like
just-
the premolar.
Just a little bit after he checked the
Right
guy.
behind the contour.
Yeah,
kind
he
of
thought it
on
was
the
like
facial.
kind of tight on the facial.
And then just a little bit on the, did he do anything to the incisals?
He just used a disc.
He made a bust.
Oh, yeah, that's right, you can show food, you can show food, this, that's right, okay.
And he did a tiny bit on the 82.
On this corner?
So he made a little butt joint on the inside of the hip.
Did he just use like a chamfer or something?
No, so you could take like any chamfer and just cut it straight across, but he was doing a disc on that.
Oh, it's a cool.
Yeah, and let me show you the pre-op because you
Are we scanned, Courtney?
Yep. You just
We-
gotta make sure that sounds.
So let's take the cords out. And
Cords
let's-
out.
Cords are out? Okay, let's clean. So at this point, two things I want to do for sure. Who can think of what they are? We already did one, but this is kind of where my mind goes. Like, before you put those temps on, what things do I need to do?
shade.
Prep shade is the big one. Most commonly forgotten thing by dentists is a prep shade. What else? We talked about it just briefly a little bit. Yes. So if you want to have an upset patient, use a bunch of Viscostat and just rinse it off with your air water syringe and then let their teeth touch their lip right before you're about to put that bond on. You're gonna have black scuds all over the place. So before we put his temps on, I want to make sure his lip hasn't touched his teeth. And we've cleaned, Mike, can you guys hear me out there? We've scrubbed the teeth with both hydroperoxide and chlorhexidine. And they still might get a tiny bit if you use this for that. But they're gonna get way less if you go through that protocol.
Do you always put the Viscostat?
No, like I didn't use it today. I used it Viscostat today, nothing was bleeding. We do a lot of no prep or near no prep cases in our office, and so we deal with blood way less than
Yeah.
average probably.
Just wanna make sure you don't miss anything.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I heard it might be different.
Is that frozen?
Because like we have, because that's a big fine scan. I never get it all right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like it says less than 1.1. So everything would be right then.
It's live on, this one's got up to my right. I think I'm just gonna.
Close this one out.
We hit enter.
Well, a couple seconds behind, that's okay.
Okay. All right, so. Michael, can you guys hear us out there?
Scanner out of here.
Yeah. Do one of you guys want to wheel that scanner back into the other room? Oh, you hit send, I'm gonna hit send. Still picking.
We sent it to Glidewell.
This grayscale is where you can really see if you have all the detail you want.
The little break of it.
Okay, cool. So we've got some cotton pellets over here that are soaked in hydrogen peroxide, and we've got some that are soaked in chlorhexidine. So, let's throw our obfuscate in first, actually. So I like to have an obfuscate in at this point because I don't want, once I have these teeth kind of clean, I don't want his lip to fall. You guys know they did a study and veneers turn out way nicer if you listen to country music while you do them.
Yeah.
That's facts. I only like the new age country, not the old stuff.
Exactly, same. Yeah,
Can be George Strait.
That red solo cup song for nuts.
Yes. If you play Red Solo Cup, veneers are not gonna turn out good.
no. No, Oh, the new age is better. We don't want to have.
So nothing but turkey cake.
Like that?
So nothing but turkey cake.
Yes. Actually, I went to a Garth Brooks concert one time. Ben, open a little bit for me. There we go. That guy's a freaking entertainer.
Garth Brooks.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable entertainer.
So this is just anywhere that he could have touched.
Yeah, you're just trying to kill as much bacteria as you can, hang out on those teeth, you know what I mean? Ben, open a little more for me, bud.
Let's just.
Open just one more. There you go, good.
And are you scrubbing the sulcus too?
Little, not super hard, so I don't want to bleed.
Got it.
Okay, so those are kind of the two steps you want to be thinking about before you put these things on, before you etch them on. Okay, so here's your bond. This is Optibond FL, Part 2, Optibond FL. Why is that showing up?
Yeah. It's kind of like.
Part 2 only, we're not putting Part 1 on.
I think it's just ours. This one's fun. Which is out there.
That one's like, no, that one's like immediate.
Yeah. And that's out there.
That's YouTube out there.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
I
one
haven't
more time
touched
on the
it.
screen.
Usually when I press the
You got
computer,
it?
it slows down, so
Okay.
that one's.
Okay, so we're gonna spot etch. I'd recommend doing it right smack dab in the middle of 2. And the reason for that is you know where it is when you need to clean these up. I'm just gonna put a spot etch right in all these teeth. Then open up a little bit for me. Good. This is an out-of-state patient. You're worried about these premolar temps coming off. You can put a line of etch up and down, make it a little bit stronger. The other thing you can do, if this is a patient out of state, whatever, you really don't want any temps coming off. Oh, and then when Courtney takes this off, she's going to use surgical suction. So we're not just dumping that bitter stuff inside his mouth. So the other thing you do to gain a little bit of strength, or make it less likely they're going to pop a premolar veneer off, is after you have. So he comes back the next day for his aesthetic check. I dial him in, I take pictures, I scan him. If he's leaving town, I'm going to see him for 3 weeks, he's on vacation to India, wherever it's going to be. I'm going to flatten those premolars off so his other teeth can't hit him. I'm just going to flatten them off right to the height of his original teeth. And that way it's very unlikely that he's going to be able to buck something up. And open a little more for me. So it's nice to have an air water that's just air, so you can't accidentally blow any water on it. You can see the middle of every one of those teeth just turns a little bit frosty. Okay. This stuff's thick. I dislike the thickness of this, but Mike calls it slather. Just slather it on there.
Did Michael call you last time? James Bond.
I'm aggressive with Bond. At the sequence, I'm aggressive with Bond too. So you don't want to see how Courtney hurry grabbed that suction and put it down the side I was about to blow on. You don't want to blow saliva up and spatter on top of these teeth. Just keep kind of following me around and make sure we're not splashing saliva. So this Bond I will cure. When we're final seating, oh man, we're blocking everything. When we're final seating the permanent veneers, I don't cure it like this. We cure it now, but not the final seat.
That doesn't interfere on the, like it comes off with the temporary.
Does that just make it easier to pop off? Yeah. Okay. You mean using just part 2?
Not curing. Or sorry.
Oh, I do cure this.
Curing it now versus at the final cementation, you don't cure it.
Oh, I just want it to be on there and bond. There's no reason not to, really. You know what I mean? With permanent veneers, there's a reason not to.
Yeah.
Permanent veneers, you don't want to create. What's that?
Little space, microscopic.
Yeah, you don't want to have a pooling.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure you're in there. But you've already tried this in, so you kind of know how it feels within. So I have cotton rolls in there this time because I had my obfuscate in there. You probably could have got some cotton rolls in too, but now I'll just kind of pull it away.
After you finish your temporaries, you're gonna scan again. And then send that as well, right?
So I like to do an aesthetic check the next morning when they're not numb. And that's when I'll make all my final, if I'm making any changes to the shape of the temporaries, I'm gonna make it that day.
and then I'm gonna scan and take the picture. So I'm not scanning or taking pictures temps at all today.
Gotcha.
See those cotton rolls last time saved us a bunch of time.
Yeah.
So when these come out, I've got to clean up the lingual, and I'm going to do that with this burr right here. I'm going to clean up the lingual with a carbide football shaped burr.
Multi-flute?
And I'm going to clean up the facial. This is the burr that some of you might not have. You might want to order. I don't know what it's called or what number it is or anything, but I will send it to you. It's basically a flame-shaped diamond. I'll send you guys a link to that. That's what you want to use to clean up the facial. Yep. So we've got to clean up the facial, clean up the lingual. But the first thing I want to do is make sure all my incisal edges are good. So I'm going to pop this off, and before they have a chance to get wet, if I have any bubbles, which I have a tiny bubble in the corner of 7 right there, I want to fix those up before they can get wet. So I have like a tiny bubble right there. So go ahead that corner. May make some changes Monday when he's not down. You know what I mean? I'll make sure my midline's on, make sure my smile line's on, make sure the lengths of everything are all correct. But like this is one of those smiles that I like enough that I'm probably not making many adjustments today. I am going to add a little bit of length to this canine. Didn't quite like the length that canine came out. Can you guys hear me out there still? So I'm adding a little bit of length to that canine. Canines are the trickiest too because you have to shape these 4 teeth. You're pretty much shaping them almost 2-dimensionally.
Mm-hmm.
The canine you're shaping 3-dimensionally because it's on the corner guard. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see if Monday, if I like the way I changed that canine, or if I want to take it back to where it was. So now I'm going to clean up probably the linguals first because that's the part that feels the most funky to the patient. Sometimes you can grab this big piece like we did when we did the temps the first time and bring a lot of that out. And then sometimes you have to take your football-shaped carbide burr and you're just going to kind of smooth. You should know where the margin is, where the end of your tooth is. You're just going to smooth. I don't know if I can make this show up on that screen. So you're going to smooth right here where the tooth ends. And you'll kind of see it and you'll feel it when you get down the tooth structure. It should be just a really thin amount. Can we bring light in without it messing you guys up? You guys still see in the video? Huh?
You're all right. So now I'm just cleaning it up. So the veneer material in the front of the piece is now no longer kind of connected to the material in the back of the piece. Does that make sense? So I kind of broke. I went in there and trimmed it down right where that margin is. So now it's just a matter of kind of getting it all out.
When you're knocking the flash off, are you making sure to go apical, or you kind of trust you can go corona too when you see the, you're not worried about loosening up at times,
Not at this point. When I was doing it before, and they were just sitting on there, and I was trying to clean up a little bit, and then when they're not bonded on, and I was doing science, then I am worried about going apical or inside of the ring and knocking something off.
Yeah.
But at this point, I'm not worried about it at all. I am worried about still making sure that I don't have any in the grooves of my posterior tube. I don't want any temporary material stuck in the grooves of my posterior tube. And it can hide pretty good, especially on like those lingual cuts. You'll get like this thin layer of temporary material there, and it's so hard to see, so hard to find, so hard to get off.
The picture calls you, oh, I found something in my life.
Yeah. So the wingles are all cleaned up. Now I'm gonna clean up the visual margin. And I'm gonna show you guys, so what I do is I'm gonna clean around every single margin with this flame-shaped diamond burr, not carbide. Carbide wants to kind of like grab and make notches. You want to use a flame-shaped diamond burr. Yeah, can you go to the camera this way? I'll take that. Here, just hit this down button. See what else. See which way it goes. Okay, go the other way. Go up. Keep going. Watch this TV over here. There we go. Yeah, right there. Good. Perfect. So, Michael, if you guys can hear me out there, I am going to.
We couldn't see for a while.
It's taking it kind of alive.
I just smooth out every single single marker. Okay.
You're too quick. Just, I mean, you're taking that carbide burr and you're running it right through it. I make sure that's where there's no wrap over. Think about it, the wrap over, that's like staying in an area, that's like, they shape the bead. You don't want that. You want it to be flat.
mira que tengo la lengua. ¿La derecha? Ya. Okay.
Okay, in just a second, I'm gonna show you guys what the real key is to not having bleeding at our next appointment. Okay, so we just smoothed out all 10 of those. Now I'm gonna take an enhancing cup. I'll put that in the video so you guys can see it. It's so right. You might need to figure out a different way to broadcast. Right now we're using YouTube. I believe that.
This one's a lot better.
That one's direct.
I messed with this one.
That's direct. That's literally hooked directly to the camera. Does that make sense? So this is, have you guys seen these? You probably use these in Restorative, right? It's just an enhancing cup. So I'm gonna take this enhancing cup and go like a little bit under the gum line. Michael, what's up? Can you guys see that? So just, you can take a Profi cup like almost underneath the gum line. You want to see this cup literally go underneath his gums a little bit. And if you do that, your gums are going to come back looking so nice. So I know a lot of guys will teach you to like have them come back 2 days before and put like 4% chlorhexidine on the gums, right? There's all kinds of methodologies to have a nice gums when they come back. But if you have a rough margin there, I don't care what percent of chlorhexidine gel you put on 2 days before, they're going to come back with inflamed gums. What's the other thing? Oh yeah. And then you need to communicate that to your patient. You cannot floss between any of these teeth. Because I feel like I need to, you can kind of smooth out the front teeth a little bit. And this is the point where if you want to change the shape of anything or change the line angle, this is where you can go in and draw your line angle. This is how you do it. You just put the mechanical pencil at a 45-degree angle. You just draw them right on. If you want to really take your cosmetics to another level, start playing around with line angles. You can make teeth, wide teeth look skinny, you can make skinny teeth look wide. There's a lot you can do with line angles. What I what?
In his case specifically?
No, this smile design is so nice
I like it too.
that I don't want to mess with this at all until he's not numb. I'm probably going to make some changes to length or something once he's not numb. But this is where I want to be with him today. This one's way too for me. I can check his bite. So let's check his bite. Make sure he's not biting on any material. And he might be because we're also doing his lowers.
Yeah.
So he's actually probably biting on some of these temps right now.
Are you wrapping him?
Ben, can you bite down or do you hit those with your left canine? Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Are you hitting right here where that canine is? Mm-hmm. This side. Right side? Mm-hmm. So he is an upper and lower case. Bite down. Because we have to move his lower canine out of the way just a little bit. And he has gaps on it we wanted to feel anyway.
How we run
Let's glaze these and then let's let everybody come take a good look at them. stay open for me just for a minute, bud.
It's actually called glaze.
Amazing. You know,
Optiglaze.
All right, so I want everybody to come take up close and personal look at these temporaries. Hey, Michael, can you start sending people, well, maybe not quite yet, but in the next couple minutes, start sending everybody back, take a look at these. Go ahead and sit down one at a time. You guys want to make sure a pair of gloves on and just kind of take a look. Take a picture if you want. Okay. Yeah. Right. So we'll scan this and they pretty much do.
Anything else you're gonna
go pretty. They take my overall shape.
Oh,
I
you
just
just-
I
just.
What do you want to change?
I don't know yet, like,
I
I was like,
like
should I be on the right side, like.
The big shape didn't come out so bleach.
Smile line is.
This big shape didn't come out so bleach.
Picture showing you guys that girl's lower lip is abnormally symmetric and perfect arch, right? Most people don't have that, so you have to like look at their eyeballs, look at their lips, and figure out just what looks right. So a lot of people will droop on one side and it's not, but you know what I mean? So you kind of take that into account. So it's an artistic thing. You gotta put that smile in where you think it looks best. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's perfect in the face is a little arbitrary because our eyeballs sit a little bit off, our nose is a little bit crooked, you know what I mean? Like it's,
How much time are you doing for that appointment?
we schedule it like 30 minutes, and sometimes it's 2, and sometimes it's
There's nothing else.
Do you see yourself adding a little bit of Luxor flow at the number 7, a little larger? It looks like it's just a little bit lower temp-wise than number 10. But like right now you can't do it because of the weighting and stuff, it just makes more sense to look at.
I mean, I probably could, I just have to be careful, but I definitely can handle it there at some point.
Pictures right with temporary.
I want to get the picture of these.
He came up with temporary. Amazing.
It's so hard to dive in somebody's final veneers and set the final shape of all the veneers when they get it on that. It's very, very hard. Yes. Except no prep, which you guys are not teaching that yet, but no prep, I don't bring it back the next day because they don't wear 10 out of my outfits. So we dial in the tension before we do anything else. That whole point is upside down. Yeah.
Yeah, take your iPhone picture, take this picture. And you spread that on the wire.
Yeah, but it's, you're not doing recontracting and rescanning, it's just like changing.
Wow, we missed it.
Recontract teeth?
Yes, not really good as one of the tips.
Yeah. Yeah. Then I send the pictures in the scan lab and I called both the pictures and the scan just
I got this
in
one,
time.
you get that one.
It's super important that the pictures and the scans you're sending to your lab are clear.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
How often are these tips breaking, especially since you're not in my car yet? Have a lot?
It happens, yeah. It's something to be aware of before you start, like if you know those pages at the road grinder.
Can you bite down?
I might make his premolars the length I want, and he might only get to keep them that night. And the next day when he comes to see me, I dial it in, like I want my premolars that length. And then I take my pictures and take my scans. And then I'm gonna flatten these premolar temporaries down to the height of whatever. it is.
There's 4 different
You can't-
purchases here.
Those segments are not those up.
Yeah, no, there's 4 different purchases here.
And we're going over that tomorrow.
Ashley will send you links to all of them if you want. That would be great.
Yeah.
So you can just click the link. Yeah, your phone is probably better.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And so these photos will communicate better to the lab what you did.
But tomorrow, you gotta send a picture that shows the patient not known, it's gotta show their eyeballs, they gotta be looking right
We'll
at the
show,
camera.
we'll show that right now.
Okay,
I
cool.
got those up on the screen.
Awesome. So I'm just gonna check his bite here real quick, but let's start heading back in there and wrap up a little bit.
I missed it. Did you ask me?
He's so chill. All of those spaces are closed, that's like amazing.
What last you the lower?
Not yet.
Pretty good.
So,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
doesn't have to be. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
as long as it's a good material. You don't want to use like Henry Schein's name brand. You know what I mean, like their discounted material. Doesn't have to be lots of, doesn't have to be lots of time. It needs to be.
That's the blade's got it.
Thank you. So much skin. Yep.
So just a question, on the eye trail, his bite was pretty heavy, so how are we kind of addressing that? You know, someone who isn't more severe or has that super heavy bite. I mean, obviously there's always that fear that they're just gonna start popping off.
Yeah, I'm gonna design it so that he's not, when he bites like this,
Yeah.
it's the only thing touching is gonna be tooth to tooth. In his CR,
Yeah.
any tooth to tooth. And then I'm gonna just have really gentle, shallow guidance left and right. The more shallow you can get, the better. Like when he goes inside, I want his hands to just lift it, just barely high enough to miss the premolars. He is getting 6 lower fingers though, and so I'll probably have those just barely like shim stock out of a cleated. So
Okay.
he's a deep Pacific. He's not squishing on those. So they have my scan, and they kind of just have generically veneers 4 through 13, but they haven't gotten like my actual lap slip. My laps have a lot of information on it. And actually, if you smile, I felt the lap slip in my front girls scan it, but then they type it out. They type it out in V-Smile has like their own system of getting stuff into it. So yeah.
So you just give them examples, that's your patient.
Yeah, my lap slip will say, love the links, please follow my temporaries, I want them OM 2.5. And actually with them, I just say the usual texture and anatomy. Like they know the look of what I want. Usual texture and anatomy. In case any case, say, Dr.
I'll just make it sure it's on.
Oh, okay. Usual texture and anatomy. I don't even need to tell them if like I'll look at from the scan, they're just gonna go to where the guideline is anyway.
Before we do the bottom, do you want to go to the bathroom or anything?
No, we're not going to bottom day.
Oh, we're on. Oh, okay.
Do it.
Even better.
So yeah, that's kind of what my lab says. Stump shading, 60 picks. I don't put a color, I say 60 picks. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question. What if the patients are too crowded and you don't want to go to ortho? So if you're doing adhesion and then the lip is like a little bit like big, so can we do that?
You can try it and see how it looks. You know what I mean?
Because I always was, like how do we do those cases that patients have a crowd? So in this case, like he
How
has.
much crowding? A little bit of crowding?
A lot of like overlap, yeah.
Overlaps are tough. Overlaps are really tough. Minor crowding and
minor rotations where they're not overlapping each other, you can manage that. If they're overlapping though, like, give me 6 months of this one, please. Give me
Yeah.
6 months of this.
Yeah, that's true.
But with minor crowding, would you grab a little bit more, just to compensate them?
Depends on where we're finished. And actually with, like with lowers, when lowers have a little bit of crowding, the patients don't want to wear Invisalign. That's another situation where the ones that sit back, those are probably teeth I'm prepping from the knee.
Right.
That makes sense?
Do you have the cases that, you have this crowding and you can show us the pictures of those? Like how?
How we manage crowding?
Mhm.
I'll see if I can find some. I mean, I've got a Dropbox with hundreds and hundreds of cases. So take a look, but, yeah, if I can think of somebody, I can pull one quickly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.